Oh, done this before. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We are going to convene this meeting of the Banking Committee Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. And we are going to also immediately recess this meeting for caucuses. The Democratic members will be caucusing in room 2400 in the conference room. And Rep. Delnicki.
And we'll be up in HRO, fourth floor.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Banking Committee. And I will start as we always do by recognizing my co-chair, Senator Miller. A few remarks.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final meeting for the session. I want to thank the committee for the work that we've done during this session, and I think that we've done a stellar job in working with our different partners. I just want to make it clear that the work that we're doing, the products that we are bringing forth today, although they may be voted out of committee, we realize that there's work that still needs to be done on some of them. So again, thank you, and thank you to our staff who worked late last night to make sure that we were able to have the language that we need today. So thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yes, indeed. I was going to thank the staff at the end. Obviously, for some who are paying attention, I know have been through this process before, but for those who haven't, it's always a race to the finish, no matter how soon we start. We're always sort of up to our deadline. In this case, this is our last meeting that we are planning at the moment. However, we do have a little bit of time to play with for our deadline under our session rules. So hopeful we'll get everything done. And again, I was going to say at the end, and we'll say it again. And anytime anyone cares to hear it, really appreciate our staff and everything they do for us and the long hours that they put in, especially this time of year. Representative Delnicki.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and Mr. Chair. Actually, I was in about 6:30 this morning, and I was still awaiting some of the JFS language that I think got here around 8:30 this morning. So yeah, I think they burned the midnight oil, and they saw the dawn of a new day come forward. So yes, there was a lot of time spent and a lot of information. So hard to believe that this is the last meeting. Although you did have a caveat in there that you never know. There could be something that pops up on the radar screen that might require our attention. So without any ado, I now return the microphone to the chairs. Thank you.
Thanks, Rep. Delnicki. Senator Berthel, our ranking Senate member, is online with us. Morning, Senator Berthel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And sorry I couldn't be in the room with you today, but I share the sentiments already expressed by you and the co-chair and my ranking member. It's always good to get done ahead of schedule and maybe be first to the finish line this year of any committee.
That's a good point. Actually, Senator Berthel, you froze a little bit there, but that's a good point. I think I know the Aging Committee is meeting this morning. There may be one other I saw on the schedule. So we may very well be the first or tied for first in terms of completing a lot of our JF work. So with that, we are going to get into it and move in order of our agenda, which has 17 items this morning. We have marked some as a straight JF and some with the substitute language, which we will identify as we go through here. Okay. So the first item on our agenda this morning is SB 117, an act concerning Martin Luther King Jr. corridors. Can I have a motion to JF that bill to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Delnicki, seconded by Senator Miller. Any discussion? Any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin a consent calendar, if that's okay with the chairs.
Sure. The motion to start a consent calendar?
And I would like to put item number 1 on.
Okay, so there's a motion to start a consent calendar. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Miller.
And I'd like to place item 1, the act concerning Martin Luther King Jr. corridors on the consent calendar.
So it has been proposed to start a consent calendar. and moved and seconded by Senator Miller. And to move Senate Bill 117 to the consent calendar. Any objection? Seeing none, we will start a consent calendar and put 117 on the consent calendar. Do I need to vote on the motion for the consent calendar, or are we okay?
No, we could just have a roll call at the end. On the whole
Okay,
consent
okay,
calendar.
but on the motion itself too, just good. Wanted to make sure. Okay. Next on our list, SB 119, an act concerning financial institutions. Can I have a motion to JF that bill to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Palillo. Any discussion?
One member
Representative.
had, the concern was raised pertaining to this being a placeholder bill. And I know that at least one member will want to have a roll call vote on that. So I don't think it can go on the consent calendar.
Okay. So any further discussion on SB 119? If not, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill number 119 to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Senator Miller,
Yes.
Representative Delnicki,
No.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Santos. Okay. Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Anaskovich, Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Representative Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockedal, Representative Hoxa, and Representative Palillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, we are going to hold all votes open today until 4 p.m. And that can be taken in on Zoom or in room 2400 with our clerk. Okay, moving on. Next item is SB 120, an act concerning lending issues. JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller, seconded by Representative Palillo. Any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, I would like to ask for a roll call on this.
Okay, roll call has been requested. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on Bill number 120, motion to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Senator Miller,
Yes.
Representative Delnicki,
No.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Santos, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Anaskovich, Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Foster,
Rep Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockedal, Representative Hoxa, Rep Palillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, moving on. Next item is SB 121, an act concerning the Attorney General and the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 3012 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller. Is there a second? Seconded by Rep. Palillo. Any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is there are discussions that are going on pertaining to the final language on this bill. And today I will be a no, but my hope and expectation is there will be final language that everyone can live with and that we can work with and be successful with. So today I may be a no, but my hope and my expectation is that I will be a yes when it does come to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Delnicki. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting yes on this bill today because I think it's very, very important to the consumers of this state. Like my colleague, I hope that the partners, the individuals involved, that they are continuing to work together to make sure that this bill does get out this year because it is important. This was a bill that was brought to us last year. But because, and I'm going to say this, because individuals couldn't get out of their own way, the consumers are the ones that paid the price. And so I'm hoping that we can get together, be able to move it this year. And I want to thank the partners for the product that we have before us today. And thank you for coming to the table to make sure that the consumers are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miller. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would align my comments with those of my House ranking. I think there's still a little bit more work we can do to tweak this a little bit more, and I'll be voting no today, reserving the right, of course, to change my opinion when it gets to the floor. Thank you.
Senator? Anyone else? I'll just add my voice on this as well. I do appreciate the cooperation of the parties who have been involved with this. Obviously, this was a proposal that was brought to us last year. In fact, this is the third year, I think, from the Attorney General's office. Appreciate his work on this. And also, of course, the Department of Banking and the Connecticut Bankers Association as well has been involved with the discussions, have put in a lot of time and effort into some revisions to this bill, which we see before us in the LCO that is offered as a JFS. I do know at least one issue that may require some minor tweaking, but I'm being told that that's pretty much the only open issue, and that is with respect to out-of-state banks and the subpoena powers that are devised in this bill. There's a procedure for the type of regulated entity, whether it's a state chartered or federally chartered or out-of-state bank, and a little bit of a variation in the procedure that's assigned to each entity type. But again, it has been represented, as Representative Delnicki said, that I think we're pretty close. The parties are in good communication, and I appreciate that. I am hopeful that we can pass this. I think this is an important bill. I think past experience has identified that there may be, hopefully not, but there may be a need for this type of legislation. So with that, seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill 121, motion to JFS to the floor, LCO number 3012. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Rep. Delnicki.
No.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Anaskovich. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Foster.
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockedal. Rep. Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Rep. Palillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, SB 123, an act concerning coerced debt. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 3010 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Delnicki,
Second.
seconded by Senator Miller. Is there discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is still a work in progress, but it is so important that we address this issue. And I will be wholeheartedly supporting it. And my only hope is that we can get it through both houses once we get it out of committee. Because having talked to a number of victims, Their stories are compelling, and their lives in many cases have been ruined. And that can't stand. And that's why this bill is so important to get out of committee and get passed and signed into law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Del Nicky. Any other comments? Anyone? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo some of the comments of the good ranking member, Representative Del Nicky, and thank the good chairs for their diligence in bringing this legislation forward once again this year. I know folks understand how important this issue is. This coerced debt is a form of coercive control. Something that the legislature takes very seriously. And we want to make sure that we're protecting our victims and survivors of domestic violence as best we can here in the state of Connecticut, really following in the footsteps of some of our other states who have already taken steps to ensure that coerced debt can't stand and is in fact a form of domestic abuse. So again, just want to thank the chair's diligence on this, making sure that we get the legislation right, working with our judicial branch, working with attorneys in the banking industry and creditors across the state and across the nation, really, to ensure that Connecticut can be a leader on this in concert with some other states who have already passed this legislation. Also just want to thank our CCADV and other umbrella agencies who work with victims of domestic violence in bringing this to our attention. I know so many victims are impacted by this across the state of Connecticut, and it's time for Connecticut to take a step forward and really protect them. So thanks again.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a couple comments and if I could, maybe a clarifying question to the good chair or the original proponent of the bill, I guess. Let me start off with my comments really quickly, though. I love the intention of this bill. Like many other well-intentioned pieces of legislation that come out of this building, you know, I've identified, you know, a couple of flaws. One of which being the methods to basically meet that standard of coercion, which in the bill, it specifically says that a police report is one of those methods that would then, you know, put you in the realm of coercion, so to speak, right? I take issue with that only because a police officer, right, you know, separation of powers, you know, three branches of government, right? A police officer represents the executive branch of government, right? So a police report by an officer that appears on the scene of an alleged incident, right? Really ought not to be the determining factor for what is considered coercion. I think the courts should hear the case before a penalty is levied. In this case, that being of removing the responsibility of a debt by an individual that incurred that debt, removing that responsibility from that individual due to allegations in a police report before anything has even gone in front of a judge. Now, you could say that, well, eventually, you know, a judge will hear the case and the defendant, the person being accused of committing the coercion or putting somebody in a state where they felt that they needed to, you know, or where they incurred the debt under that state of coercion, that the person who was responsible for putting that individual in that position, that they'll have their day in court, but only after this you know, what's called for in this bill has done its damage, so to speak. It doesn't seem to me like something that is in line with how everything else in this country ought to work and does for the most part, which is, you know, innocent until proven guilty. So I just, that is my issue with it. The question that I had for you was basically, am I wrong in interpreting that portion of the bill that way, that all that is needed is that police report, and then this person is basically off the hook for any credit card debt that they're claiming was a result of an abusive relationship, which at some point incurring that credit card debt was an act that was done under coercion. Through you, Mr. Chair.
No, I don't think that's accurate at all. The police report is one of several things that can be submitted by the debtor to the creditor if they are first requesting that this debt be considered to be a coerced debt. The police report there is listed as one of several things which the debtor may provide to bolster their claim to the creditor that it should be considered coerced debt and forgiven if that's what they are pursuing. The bill provides a framework by which a debtor can again engage in a negotiation with the creditor to provide documentation to the creditor. The creditor has the ability to review that debt. So even if, as you presented, somebody was to request that a debt be forgiven by the creditor and provide a police report as one of the several documents that have to be provided, the creditor then has the ability to deny that request, to review it and say, no, on this basis, we're not going to do anything with this. We're still going to act to enforce the debt. And then after that, there are other procedures that may apply. And as you mentioned, it may ultimately go to court and be adjudicated. So no, I don't think your characterization was correct on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, is there anything on the books right now that would protect somebody, just to give a very blunt and kind of crude example, but let's say somebody has a gun to their head and is being told, hey, you need to make this transfer from this account to that account, or make this purchase for whatever reason, just to give an example. Is there anything currently on the books that, after that episode has been, resolved, hopefully with, nobody being hurt in this hypothetical example, is there anything for that victim to, anything as far as something that's already on the books for that victim to claim, so that way they're not responsible for the debt that they literally performed under coercion?
So I think the answer to that, Representative, is yes, there are sort of common law defenses to a lawsuit. So if a creditor is seeking to enforce its debt against a debtor, there are various defenses that somebody could plead in a court of law. The problem is, of course, that involves extensive litigation usually. And having to hire an attorney to represent your interests in court and go through that process. This bill, the intent is to establish a framework where that can be avoided if, again, the procedures outlined in this bill are followed, and if there is a discussion with the creditor, and it is clear that that debt was coerced, was made under fraud or duress, or again, one of the possible defenses that may otherwise exist in a court of law, that this provides a streamlined way to resolve that conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on SB 123?
This is a roll call vote on SB 123, motion to JFS to the floor, LCO number 3010, Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller,
Yes.
Rep. Del Nicky,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Santos, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich,
Yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockenell. Representative Hoxa,
Rep. Hoxa votes no.
Rep. Palillo.
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Okay, next, SB 188. An act requiring Connecticut banks to list all account holders or owners on periodic statements. Can I have a motion to JF?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Delnicki,
Second.
seconded by Senator Miller. Any discussion? Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure I fully understand the parameters of this bill. Would this include any beneficiaries that are currently not listed and actually many banks, I mean, in compliance with the current law and regulation, actively work to conceal beneficiary information from public view, from any situation where public view could be present. Would this force banks to include that information on statements through you, Mr. Chair?
Good question, Representative. I believe that is the intent. This is Senator Martin's bill that he's brought to us 2 years in a row now. And the testimony that was given was that the example that was given in testimony was that of a transfer on death benefit, so a beneficiary. So yes, I believe that is the intent as proposed, that beneficial owners would also be shown on the statement. I will note that this bill, like many others, is one that we hope there will be continued discussions on before it is ready to run on the Senate floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, that's good to know, Senator. I know Senator Martin. He is, I'm his constituent, and he is mine actually. So I guess I could talk to him offline a little bit about it to see what where the genesis of this idea, came from. But I mean, I think I'll be voting no, just to flag, like you mentioned, this is part of an ongoing discussion, and I just in as a practical matter, it may ultimately never end up being a major issue, and nobody will ever notice the difference potentially. But I'm always kind of expect the worst, hope for the best kind of guy, I guess you could say. So I'm just worried about certain situations like the scenarios that were brought up during our conversation on the previous bill, where you could have some potentially bad actors involved that find out that they're a beneficiary on somebody's account, and you could kind of let your imagination run loose there a little bit as to certain scenarios that could play out when somebody's aware of inheriting a potential fortune from somebody else upon that person's death. So just things like that just pop up in my head when we're dealing with this sort of subject matter. So with with that said, that's why I'll flag it with a no vote. But I mean, if I'd like for us to look into this a little more and see maybe if other states have this policy in place and how it plays out there. So that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Okay, if not, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill 188, motion to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich.
Yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster.
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockenell. Representative Hoxa.
No.
And Representative Palillo.
Representative Paolo votes yes.
Okay, moving on, SB 283, item 7 on our list, an act concerning programs administered by the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. I will entertain a motion to JFS LCO 2909.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Palillo. Any discussion on this one? I will point out a few changes in this draft. There was discussion at the hearing about eligibility for the EMAP program being keyed off of a 60-day delinquency or a 30-day delinquency. The raised bill proposed a change to 30. We reverted back to 60. Other than that, just some very minor clarifications to the language here. I think that's it. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Representative Delnicky, no? For the consent calendar, perhaps?
Without objection.
Okay, so you've moved that to the consent calendar, correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any
Move that
objections?
to the consent.
Any objections? No, seeing none. It is so ordered onto the consent calendar. Okay. Moving on. Number 8, SB 284, an act concerning a security deposit loan assistance program. Can I have a motion to JF that bill to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Miller, seconded by Representative Delnicky. I will note this bill is a straight JF. We have done that because we do expect, like many items, that there will be continued discussions and the parties will continue to work on it. Senator Maroney was the chief proponent of this bill and spent a lot of time putting it together for us. But unfortunately, he lost his father suddenly just last week. So for that reason, that there hasn't been further discussion on this particular bill, but I suspect there will be additional work that will get done on it. Representative Delnicky.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion to put it on the consent calendar. No? Well, I withdraw that.
Okay, all right. Further discussion. Representative Hoxie.
Apologies for that confusion. I may be a yes on this, but I just had a couple of questions. Is this the bill that establishes a sort of system where banks that make these loans to prospective tenants for their security deposits would then those security deposits, if not paid back by the tenants, in a sense, be bailed out by the state government up to 25% of that amount for each bank or each customer?
That's correct.
For you? Okay, so with that said, or with that question answered, which I appreciate, I'll be a no on this, which is why we can't consent it. I just think it's bad practice to just create another sort of avenue for financial irresponsibility by, enticing, people to, use this resource. And, obviously the same sort of consequences would apply, I would think, right? To these individuals that don't pay back their loans, the same sort of consequences would apply to them as would anybody else that doesn't pay back their loan, which is that they would be subjugated to, collections and taking a ding on their credit score, et cetera, et cetera. Is that true, Mr. Chair, through you?
There were a few questions in there, but your question was, would this loan be sort of underwritten in traditional sense, and the primary obligor would be the tenant or the person taking out the loan? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's accurate. Again, subject to the partial guarantee of the state that would kick in upon a default.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Okay. So, but still, banks would then, to a certain extent, be bailed out by the government up to 25%, and I just don't think that's good practice for the state to create yet another program that basically takes away some of the responsibility that should be on the shoulders of the lender, right? And even if that's only 25%, I mean, that's just not, you know, you're almost creating an environment where you're now making it a little less painful to be wrong when you're underwriting a particular loan. So for that reason, I have to be a no on this and ask for a roll call vote. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Anyone else on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill 284, motion to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Senator Miller,
Yes.
Representative Delnicki,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Santos, Senator Cohen,
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich, Representative Baker, Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockenell, Representative Hoxa,
Hawks was no.
and Rep. Paylillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, next item, number 9, HB 5140, an act concerning earned wage access. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 2906 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller,
Second.
seconded by Rep. Delnicki. We heard a lot of testimony on this item. I will say, you know, the JFS language before us made fairly minor changes. I know we heard some testimony from some industry participants who were asking for a more robust amendment here. But I believe at the end of the day, the framework that we have presented here in the original raised bill and now in the JFS language is the right balance here in terms of determining what products constitute a loan, which should be regulated under our small loan law. And I think I think we have the appropriate balance here. This bill does represent a compromise between some of the concerns of consumer advocates. It changes, I think, the position of existing law and the Department of Banking's enforcement and guidance that was issued late last year. I think, again, it provides a somewhat of a compromise, especially with respect to employer integrated products, which I will submit look less like a loan than some of the other direct to consumer products that arguably fall under this framework and are subject to regulation. With that, any comments? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'm really struggling with this bill intellectually. I think primarily because the bill that was passed last year, the Department of Banking that has resulted in earned wage access falling under APR. I understand why these businesses are struggling with the way the APR calculation works and applies to their type of loan. I understand mathematically why APR is artificially inflated by the way the calculation works and the duration of their loan. And so I'm really struggling voting on this because intellectually, I am not seeing or understanding a meaningful difference between the employee integrated versus independent earned wage access programs. And I am also not sure that I understand the way in which people are concerned, the Department of Banking perhaps, in how these companies might be risky, dangerous, or predatory in a way that's any different from any other financial institution that has fees or interest on money access. And so I am really struggling. A vote no on this bill just means there's no carve out, and a vote in favor of it doesn't acknowledge that intellectually I don't believe that these different models offer a significant different risk to folks who are subscribing to one or another. And so I'd just like to say and sort of have it on the record that in this public hearing, I engaged a lot with various people in their testimony, and some people followed up with those questions that I asked in that meeting with the data that I asked for, and some people did not. And it is challenging for me to be able to have conversations, vote on bills, understand and continue to see the authority of an institution granted for them to do that work when I wasn't engaged. And so I'd really still hope prior to this getting to a place where it's voted on the floor, or perhaps where I'm in a position where I'd want to introduce a bill in a future session to expand coverage to allow more companies. I'd just hope that the experts who should be available to the public and consumers make themselves available to me as a legislator to help me understand this better. And I say that with all respect to the agencies. I know they're busy. I know short sessions are really challenging, but I really did want to understand why this why this legislation was interpreted in this way to affect earned wage access similarly to a loan. I wanted to understand specifically why APR was being applied, and they felt like it was the correct and defensible metric when in the math that I was seeing and presented in the testimony, it was arguably different. I wanted to understand the math, and I wasn't given the data that I asked for, and I wasn't given an explanation or opportunity for discussion. And so I'm struggling with this because there's no vote here that it gives me the opportunity to share that that's a concern that I have. And there is no vote on the House floor that gives me the opportunity to address that I fundamentally don't understand or perhaps disagree with the way EWA programs are being regulated. And so I leave this intention for me to perhaps take further action as a legislator and introduce a bill down the road. And I say that with all due respect. I hope the Department of Banking does engage with me and help me understand better their goals. But to this time, that hasn't been the case. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I will agree with you on 2 points. One, I do think that the various parties that were involved in the discussions on this bill remain pretty far apart. And I think you can look through the testimony that we received to see that no one who was interested in this bill was really happy with it. And perhaps that is a good place to be, or perhaps not. Again, we've tried to strike a balance here. It is a difficult issue. But the second point, I think, I will agree with you somewhat that as you look at this through the standard metrics that are devised for the regulation of financial products, it at first is interesting to see the differences between how a APR, for instance, measures a traditional financial product as opposed to something like this. But I think what clicked for me is to take a step back and to take a look at what we're really doing here at the end of the day. We have a small loan law to regulate small loan lending, okay? And that is certainly with the direct-to-consumer model what this is. It is a loan in my mind. So if we are to carve out exceptions every time something really looks or feels a little different is not feasible. We ought not to have a small loan law at all. Or we will be here every single year carving out an exception for whatever new fintech or app it comes before us and asserts that they are not a loan. So, you know, again, the direct-to-consumer model, I will say, I feel it is quite a stretch to call a direct-to-consumer loan, which you can download on your phone and get a loan from somebody that just goes through underwriting standards like any other loan. It's a stretch to call it earned wage access. It has no more relation to your wages or your income than any other type of loan that you can get from a bank or a mortgage. They're going through underwriting, they're verifying assets and income, and they're giving you, extending you credit. So I feel that is a solid distinction here. There are some other products, we heard testimony where it is an advance on a paycheck. It is money coming directly from and through the employer and the payroll system. And I think there is where we've tried to carve a very narrow distinction here. So again, I digress, but I think it's a complicated issue, and I appreciate your points, Representative. Anyone else? Representative Hoxa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, although this may be very rare, it does happen at times. I actually agree with what both of you said, you and Representative Foster. It is still a very confusing bill. And I don't understand what, it's hard to, you can make a case for no, you can make a case for yes on this. But because I still don't quite grasp every, detail of it, I'm going to err on the side of caution and probably vote no on this. But with that said, I did have a question to see if maybe you could help clarify one of the things that I'm still struggling with, which is that is there an exemption now in this new in the substitute language for employer integrated EWAs from being considered loans? Is there an exemption for them, Mr. Chair, through you?
Not exactly, Representative. There is a carve out with respect to the requirements of the small loan law. And that is, which is in the last few pages of the bill, starting on lines 253, where it says that where it defines employer integrated advance, and it carves out a narrow exception from some of the requirements for the small loan law, provided that the expedited transfer fees that provider charges are within the limits that we set in the bill. So, and also provided that those expedited transfer fees are the only fees that are charged to the consumer. If those conditions are satisfied, then there is a very narrow carve out from the requirements of the small loan law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Representative Aniskovic.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I can agree with everybody who's spoken so far. This is a very, it's a heavy lift of a bill. There's a lot of different opinions, a lot of different things that you kind of need to go through on these bills as it relates to this, and whether it's a loan, whether it's not a loan, how do we calculate APR? So it does become sort of confusing on a lot of different fronts. I mean, at the end of the day, some of the testimony that from the public hearing that I listened to and I heard from were the people that stepped forth and spoke on behalf of these loans. And they said that these were loans that helped them. They got into them knowing what the fees were, knew what they were going to be paying. I like the idea of putting a cap on the fees. That sort of will benefit the consumer. But the people that use them and utilize them need them. So there still has to be that avenue, I think, that we make sure that these kind of loans are available to people, but yet coming up to a description on how they should be looked at, and making sure the consumer themselves are notified and understand fully what they're paying. There are some of the fees out there are incredible. But at the end of the day, we also have to listen to the consumer and say, maybe they're in a situation where they need this money and there's no other options for them other than to utilize this. So making this still be an option for the consumer, but yet making sure that we're sort of have some sort of controls over it, so we're protecting the consumer. So I do like the bill. I will support the bill, and I like some of the things that came about as a result of the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the comments that were made here today, especially the comment that we have to protect the consumer. And also individuals need that. They need the monies, they need access to monies, because unfortunately, we can't go to a bank today and take out loans. Unfortunately, we have individuals that have poor credit history and they can't go to a regular financial institution and get a loan. But I think we also have the fiduciary responsibility of protecting the consumers and to make sure that if there are situations where there may be predatory lending, that we have a responsibility, like the payday loans, that we have to make sure that those do not exist in the state. I think that this is a good product. I think it's a good balance in that we are giving individuals access. We heard from our constituents in the state, and we tried to make that balance. I hope that the individuals that don't have a carve out, I hope that they can see their way in trying to help us to make sure that our consumers in this state have access. We received, and I'm going to say, threats that individuals, companies were leaving the state because we've asked them to present, because they have APRs, that we've asked them to, they weren't exempt and that they could not afford to do business in this state. And I'm hoping that they find their way to do business in the state, because individuals do need access, but we have to make sure that they're not preyed upon. So again, thank you for the comments from my colleagues, and let's get going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 5140, motion to JFS to the floor, LCO number 2906. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Aniskovich.
Yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster.
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockedal.
Senator Hockedal votes yes.
Representative Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
And Representative Palillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, next, item 10, HB 5142, an act concerning banking issues. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 2985 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Palillo. So the bill we have before us today, we have done this in the past in full transparency. The bill 5142 that was heard by the committee was a placeholder bill, and what we have before us is an LCO JFS, which contains several bills that were heard independently on their own. Almost all, I think all but one, were agency proposals. So, or forgive me, actually two. So the first one is SB 118, which was LCO's technical revisions. The next one was Senate Bill 122, an act concerning the Treasurer's Community Banking Program. Then we have SB 124, which was an act concerning the Connecticut Uniform Securities Act. Then we have SB 187, an act concerning consumer credit. We have HB 5141, an act concerning shared appreciation agreement disclosures. We have HB 5145, an act concerning innovation banks. And then I believe we also included here, hold on one moment, there is one more, which was SB 282, an act concerning the bank commissioner's approval of certain bank real estate improvements. And I'm going to ask Patrick Deegan, our phenomenal LCO attorney, if I missed anything. I believe that's it. So again, we have consolidated those titles, most of which were pretty straightforward, into this one, which we affectionately refer to as the aircraft carrier. So with that, any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sure the way you described it is probably what it is. The only thing is I received 102 pages and actually printed them out. And I haven't had a chance to take a good look at them. Not that I'm doubting that it's not what it's purported to be. I'm currently, just for today, a no. I expect it will be exactly what it is once I have a chance to read and skim through the 102 pages. And I have no doubt that that's what it will be. And when it does come to the floor, I will be in support of it. But for today, until I have a chance to read the 102 pages and skim through, I am a no.
Okay, I appreciate that. Again, in full transparency, we discussed this among the leadership in the committee during our screening meetings. I don't believe there were any real significant substantive changes that weren't otherwise discussed among committee leadership. I think most of what's here in terms of any changes to the text of the original raised bills may have been technical changes. And so I'll just say that again, you're right. There are 102 pages in here, and I'm sure we will all take the time to comb through it again to confirm that there's nothing in there that was not as just represented. But I do not believe that to be the case. I think this is, again, a pretty straight ahead consolidation of our bills so we can function more efficiently when we get into session in a few weeks. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 5142. Motion to JFS to the floor, LCO number 2985. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
No for today.
Senator Berthel.
No as well for today.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen. Representative Inescovich.
No.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster.
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
And Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Thank you. Next, HB 5143, an act concerning financial transactions. Can I have a motion to JF to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Miller, seconded by Rep. Delnicki. Any discussion? Seeing none. Same calendar or Madam Clerk? You have a question, Rep. Hoxa?
Yes.
Okay. Rep. Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just can you provide like a brief summary of what this bill deals with?
This bill is a placeholder bill, one of four that we had originally raised this session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 5143. Motion to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen. Representative Inescovich.
Yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster.
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Okay, next item, item 12, HB 5144. Can I have a motion to JF to the floor, an act concerning the assignment of certain liens?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Delnicki, seconded by Senator Miller. Any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a consumer-friendly bill. You've got to ask yourself a very simple question, and we're talking about tax liens. A municipality charges 18% interest. 18% interest. When a municipality sells a tax lien, and I have that experience as having been the mayor in a community, that currently becomes what the percent is for the company, the third party that buys the tax lien. 18%. This bill lowers it to 12 to a third party, but maintains the stability of a municipality at 18% interest. Likewise, it caps down the legal fees that a third party would have. And again, you have to ask a very simple question. Should a municipality have the same rights? Or let me say conversely, or should a third party have the same rights as a municipality? And that's a very simple question. They shouldn't. This 12% interest assigned to a third party is a good rate on return. And it's secured typically by real property. So I think it's a bill that the committee's worked on a number of times with different iterations to make changes. And I think it's a consumer-friendly bill when you take a look at it from the standpoint of if a third party buys the lien, they don't get the 18%. And that's a common practice in many municipalities to sell their tax liens. And of course, the protection on the legal fees. So I'd like to thank the committee for bringing the bill forward. And I hope that everybody supports it because I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Well, I hope the committee likes it too. And if they like it so much, would they entertain it on a consent calendar?
I would be delighted to place it on the consent calendar, assuming there's no objection.
Okay, any objection? Before that, Senator Miller?
Oh, that was a joke when you said objections.
No objection. Okay, Senator Miller has thought better of it. I see no objection. It is so ordered onto the consent calendar. Okay. Next, item 13, HB 5146, an act concerning disclosures of financial records. Can I have a motion to JF that to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Miller, seconded by Rep. Delnicki. Any discussion? Any discussion? Representative Hoxha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not a dummy bill, correct?
Correct.
Could you provide a little bit of a summary or background to this, please?
Yep. So this bill, this is its second year back in the committee. It's a pretty simple concept. It basically just amends applicable law regarding records requests that may be made by DSS in particular when administering the applications for services for Medicaid, for instance. In doing so, DSS is going to require bank records of the person applying. This bill basically just creates additional procedures and requirements for a financial institution to have to provide those statements in a timely manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, so if I'm understanding this correctly, I think I remember this bill from last session actually, and being at the public hearing. This really just there's no fiscal note on this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So it's really just, tightening up some policies and things like that in the eyes of DSS would make it so that when requesting records and things like that, it would just be done in a more expedited fashion through you, Mr. Chair.
That's correct. And I will say too, to your earlier point about the fiscal note, no, I do not believe there will be a fiscal note. Of course, there's no fiscal note on it yet because that would happen after the committee reports it out. But speaking about last year's bill, I do not believe there was any fiscal note.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the proponent of the bill for bringing it to our attention. This bill is very important to those individuals who are on fixed income. I had a constituent who was in a situation where she couldn't get the information from the bank, and that in turn held up her benefits from the Department of Social Services. So I would again like to thank the proponent, and I'm hoping that we voted out of the committee.
Senator, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 5146, motion to JF to the floor. Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Senator Miller.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Santos. Senator Cohen. Representative Aniskovich.
Yes.
Representative Baker. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Hoxa.
Hoxa votes yes.
And Representative Paolillo.
Representative Paolillo votes yes.
Next, item 14, HB 5211, an act concerning virtual currency and money transmission. Can I have a motion to JF that to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Foster, seconded by Senator Miller. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it safe to say that this is still a work in progress, that there's still, T's to cross and I's to dot it before it's actually going to be run on the floor?
I think it is certainly fair to say that it's a work in progress. I think there's probably more than just a few I's to dot. I do acknowledge we had a good discussion during the hearing on this, and there are various parties who are interested in this from industry and also from the agency and from the state police. There are ongoing discussions. I think we did recognize that those discussions are going to continue. As a result, we did not have substitute language for today's meeting, but I do expect that we will probably see an amendment as those discussions continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because this is a very interesting concept between the virtual currency, the money transmission, non-fungible tokens, and a variety of other things in there. And I'm glad to hear that the discussions are continuing and there is more work to do there before we have a final product. So I thank the chair for the opportunity to make a couple comments, and I will be supporting the bill.
Representative Foster.
I appreciate for the opportunity to make a couple comments. I was excited for this public hearing and these conversations. I think that cryptocurrency as a opportunity for investment, but also an opportunity where people are being taken advantage of, is something that is challenging to regulate. It's an emerging technology, but I appreciate that we had so much expertise shared with us that day. It's my understanding from law enforcement that the most important detail to them that they see in the final bill is that the receipts for these crypto ATMs have both the full receiving wallet address of where the funds are being sent to and the purchase token amount. But I understand that the conversations are ongoing, and I'm optimistic, but I'm hopeful that that language ends up in the final bill and that we are in a place where our law enforcement can best protect our citizens, but also prosecute where appropriate with the information that they need for them to find where the money's going. So I appreciate very much the opportunity to comment, and I look forward to seeing this final bill pass.
All right, thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no objection, I would like to place this on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Okay, moving on. Item 15, HB 5342, an act concerning mortgage foreclosures. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 3007 to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Miller.
Second.
Seconded by Rep. Delnicki. So the LCO S language before us here makes a change to the raise bill most significantly and substantively. It changes it from a 6-year statute of limitations to start a mortgage foreclosure to a 10-year statute of limitations. And there's been some changes to a related corresponding statute, 4913A, which has to do with the period of time after which certain mortgages are likely to be satisfied, and certain affidavits and procedures that can get filed for old undischarged mortgages. So that is that. Any questions or comments? Representative Delnicki.
Without objection, I'd like to place that on the consent calendar.
Okay. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Okay, item 16, HB 5343, an act establishing a Connecticut prepaid college tuition program. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 2908 to the floor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Miller, seconded by Rep. Delnicki. The change here in the LCO, the raised bill essentially enacted a prepaid college tuition program, which is a type of 529 program. We didn't get much testimony on that. We did hear from the state treasurer's office that said it is an interesting concept, but one that they wish to think further on and do a study on. So as a result of that, the LCO before us has changed it to a study bill that the treasurer shall conduct a study and report back to us January 1, 2025. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a real study bill that really studies something, not a placeholder.
That is absolutely true, Rep. Delnicki.
If there is no objection, I would like to place this on the consent calendar.
Okay, seeing no objection, so ordered. Okay, that brings us to our last item on the agenda today, number 17, HB 5344, an act establishing first-time home buyer savings accounts and a related tax deduction and credit. Can I have a motion to JFS LCO 2814 to the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Representative Delnicki. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Foster. Any discussion? Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank CBIA for coming forward with taking a good idea and making it a great idea. This has been a bill that we've had in committee for what, 4 years now, I think? And it came from an idea 4 years ago. And every year it seems to be made better. And when CBIA stepped up and said, hey, there's an opportunity for employers to actually recruit people. And that's a tough thing to do, recruit people now. It seems like, unlike the group up here, there's some folks that don't like to work or aren't working or are, you know, enjoying themselves much more than we do here when we're in session. I'm delighted to see it here again. I truly hope we get it across the line. I know, I think 1 year was 36-0, and then there was another year when it wasn't. So my hope and expectation is that we can get it across the line because it's a great opportunity. I think it will help the business climate. It will help people that want to buy a home, and it will help keep people in Connecticut. Because if you buy a home and you plant your roots in the nutmeg state, you'll find that it is perhaps the finest state you could ever possibly live in. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the Banking Committee, that I hope they will all support this.
Thank you, Representative. Any further comments? Questions? Representative Delnicki?
Without question, if there are no objections, I would like to put this on the consent calendar.
Okay. Seeing no objections, it's so ordered onto the consent calendar. So with that, we've reached the end of our agenda, and I think we are in a position to vote on our consent calendar. Madam Clerk, would you please call the consent calendar and confirm which items are on it?
This is a roll call vote on consent calendar 1, including Senate Bill number 117, Senate Bill 283, LCO 2909, House Bill 5144, 5211, 5342, 5343, and 5344.
Okay, those are the bill numbers. Some of those were JFS, but I think we identified them initially in the motion, so we don't have to identify the LCO again for our purposes now.
The clerk should state for the record the LCO.
Okay.
numbers too.
So why don't we go back and do that? Might be easier to start from the top.
Okay. This is a roll call vote on consent calendar 1, Senate Bill 117, Senate Bill 283, LCO number 2909, House Bill number 5144, House Bill number 5211, House Bill number 5342, LCO number 3007, House Bill number 5343, LCO number 2908, and lastly, House Bill number 5344, LCO number 2814.
Okay, great. Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Santos,
Representative Santos votes yes.
Senator Cohen, Representative Aniskovich,
Yes.
Representative Baker, Representative Foster,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Hoxa,
Representative Hoxa votes yes.
Representative Palillo.
Representative Payola votes yes.
Okay, thank you. As a reminder, votes will be held open today till 4 p.m. on Zoom. And if you're with us now and missed any, you might want to stick around and register your votes with Hannah. Otherwise, if in person, it can be done in room 2400 in the Banking Committee. So with that, we have reached the end of our agenda. Once again, I want to thank as effusively as I can our staff. It cannot be understated how hectic this time of year is for our staff. First and foremost to Patrick Deegan from the Legislative Commissioner's Office, who covers other committees, and some of which I think are running on the same schedule as we are here as a B committee. So that means the fire hose is squarely pointed in his direction this time of year, and he has to drink from it. So I appreciate all of his work in turning around all of these drafts and entertaining all of the comments and changes. Certainly the work is not over, as we mentioned. There will be some more work to do and perhaps some amendments that we will see. But Patrick has been great. Want to thank George and Kristen from the Office of Legislative Research. Same thing. They are inundated from many different directions and from several different committees that they have to cover with requests this time of year. And they've been with us for several years on this committee and do a fantastic job. We have Ryan from the Office of Fiscal Analysis, and no doubt he will be getting to work as well soon, working on those fiscal notes, as we mentioned. We have obviously our caucus staff that we can, if some may want to recognize their caucus staff. I want to also give a special recognition to our clerk, Hannah Hayes, who just started with us. I believe her first day at the Connecticut General Assembly was on the first day of session. And then there became a opening on the Banking Committee almost immediately, which she was able to step up and fill that role. And talk about drinking from a fire hose. She was new to the building and new to the Connecticut General Assembly, and was able to step in and really take hold and keep us on track. No mean feat, learning all of this stuff for the first time. She's been fantastic. So I'd really like to acknowledge her work. She had some help along the way. Nate Kalkman is here helping out. It's a team effort for sure, but we appreciate everyone's hard work. Senator Berthel has his hand up.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. In addition to the accolades that you have already expressed for our nonpartisan staff, our caucus staff, I'd like to give a special shout out to Avery Gaddis, who is in the Senate Republican office. He's kind of my right arm, if you will, with respect to providing research and some counsel on the bills before us. So thank you to Avery. Thank you to all the staff. Hannah, great job in that fire hose that you are clearly drinking from as a brand new clerk on this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. Rep. Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to reiterate virtually everything that you stated, but also the members of the committee that serve here, Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate. We get a lot of work done in a very bipartisan fashion. And when it's not, it's a function of perspective. And that's what's so great about this committee. And we always keep ordinary people in the back of our head and ask ourselves, are we doing something to help them? Are we focusing to try to make their life better and do no harm? And that's key and critical. And of course, Hannah, you have been a delight. You know, your big smile, like you have on your face right now, says everything about you. Very, very kind individual and quick learner, and somebody that, please don't leave, stays with us for several years, because it seems like the best of the brightest get pulled away. So don't let that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody on the committee.
Thanks, Rep. Delnicki. Senator Miller.
I really don't have anything to add. You covered all the bases, and I just want to say thank you to everyone. And Hannah, thank you. I was a director and in charge of staff, and so you do recognize the ones that have the potential and the brightest, and the ones that really, really work hard to make sure they get the job done, the ones that are committed. And when the previous clerk left, you stepped right in, baptized by fire, so they say, but thank you so much for picking up the mantle and running with it. So we really, I should say the baton, and thank you. I want to give a thank you to my right hand. Ashley, thank you, reading. Thank you so much. I met Ashley last year, and she was my left hand, my right hand, and the way you picked up all of the concepts and the bills and was able to interpret them, it amazed me. And so I was very happy to see that you came back to work for us. So thank you for the work that you've done for me this session. And so, Mr. Chair, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my ranking chairs and for the hard work that they've done on the committee, as well as thanking you. I lost my husband a couple weeks ago, and my husband on February 25th. And my husband's been battling with cancer since last year. This gentleman on my left supported me the whole way, for a year and a half, practically. You have covered the committee to make sure things were done. You kept me engaged. And I want to thank you, Representative Doucette. I couldn't ask for a better co-chair. I couldn't ask for a better partner, and we've thus become friends. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate those words very much, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It obviously goes without saying that our hearts went out to you, and we wanted to be there for you and do whatever we needed to do for you and to carry the ball along here. And certainly I hope we've done a good job for that. And I appreciate you and your passion for these issues and many others. And it is a joy to be working with you on this committee. And certainly I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'll keep saying it. Folks will get tired of hearing it, that the Banks Committee is the legislature's best committee. Apologies to other chairs and those who serve on other roles here, but it is really a pleasure to be a part of this committee. We work together, we work extremely efficiently, and I think the result speaks for itself. So with that, for the good of the order, Representative Santos, your hand is raised. Are you?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chairman,
Please,
just for a
please.
second. Thank you. Listen, I could echo the words that everyone has just spoken, and the gratefulness that we all have for our nonpartisan staff, the people that work with us through our different caucuses as well. But I really just wanted to thank the ranking members, and I wanted really to thank the chairs, Representative Doucette and Senator Miller. Your leadership of this committee really sets a good pace for every one of the members here. I know as a member, I feel welcome, feel that my input is merited and wanted. But also I feel like you guys are the kind of leaders that we want to see in every committee, leading the path on these issues of priorities to our state. So I just wanted to add my word of thanks to you, Chairman Doucette and Chairwoman Miller, for your exemplary leadership of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I do, when we recognize people, there's always a risk of forgetting some folks. I do want to recognize our caucus staff, Brittany Kane and Corey Rue, who have helped out mostly behind the scenes with us, but your work is appreciated. And anyone else I forgot. And thank you to everyone who participates in the process with us, to all the advocates and stakeholders, as we call them. Obviously, we enjoy working with you, and we couldn't do it without your part as well. So with that, we will again hold the votes open till to 4 p.m. Anyone who's still online now would probably be a good idea to catch up with Hannah. And with that, we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Hi, guys. I'm just gonna do Representative Anistovich first because he's right here, and then I'll just jump over to you guys really quick.
No problem.
Sorry, guys, my apologies. Okay, this big is that one. Senate Bill 119, Senator Hockenell.
Can you tell me what the bill is? I don't have the list in front of me. The name of the bill?
That's the Martin Luther King Jr. Corridors Bill.
Oh, yeah, yes,
Yes. Where's the? It is an act concerning financial institutions.
yes.
Okay, yes. Um, I don't know why it's echoing. Representative Santos.
Yes.
All right. Senate Bill number 120, that is an act concerning lending issues. And Senator Hockenell.
Yes,
Senate Bill number 121, that is act concerning the Attorney General and the Dodd-Frank. Yes.
yes.
Okay. Sorry, Representative Santos, can you repeat?
Yes, on both of those, 120 and 20.
123.
That's a yes for me too.
Yep.
That's the coerced debt bill. Yeah.
Sorry, we're trying to fix that now. Okay. There we go. That was driving me crazy. Senate Bill 283, and act concerning programs and administrative benefits. That was on the consent calendar. You guys did that.
Yep.
284, an act concerning a security deposit loan assistance program. Representative Santos,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Yes,
Senate Bill 188, an act requiring Connecticut banks to list all account holders or owners on periodic statements. Representative Santos,
No.
Senator Hockenell.
yes,
House Bill number 5140, LCO number 2906, an act concerning earned wage access. Representative Santos.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the number.
House Bill 5140, an act concerning earned wage access.
Yes.
And Senator Hockenell.
yes.
This is just for you, Representative Santos, 5142. House Bill, an act concerning banking issues.
Yes.
Okay. Again, for you, Representative, House Bill 5146, an act concerning disclosures of financial records.
No.
Okay. 5143, an act concerning financial transactions. Representative.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Senator Hockenell, I got you for that one. This was on the consent calendar. This was on the consent calendar. Okay, I think you guys are all set. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank
Hannah.
you. Take care.
Of course. Have a great
Take care,
day.
Senator.
You too. Bye-bye.
I know.
Bye. Senator, hi, can you hear me? No.
Hi,
Oh, hi. Sorry, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
I can.
Alrighty. I think you. Let me go.
Oh, I'm losing you a little bit. Hard to hear you.
Let me. It will be really more helpful if I step to my little laptop. Okay, sorry, just a moment. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, alrighty. Let me see. So you were present for the consent calendar. Let me see.
No, I don't think I was present for the consent calendar.
You weren't? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I had to drop off for another meeting.
Okay, the consent calendar includes Senate Bill 117, Senate Bill 283 with LCO number 2909, House Bill 5144, House Bill 211, House Bill 5342, LCO number 3007, House Bill number 5343, LCO number 2908, and lastly, House Bill 5344, LCO number 2814.
Okay. So I mean, yes, on the consent calendar.
Yes, on the consent calendar already. Okay, and then 117 was the consent calendar, 119, 120 I have you for, 21, 123, 188, 283. Oh yeah, I think it was just, oh no,
I think 5142.
yes, House Bill 5142.
I'm a yes.
Alrighty.
And then I don't think 5143 was on consent, was it?
No.
So I'm a yes on that.
Okay.
And then 5146,
5146, yes.
I'm a yes on that. And I think were the rest on consent?
Yeah, 5211, 5342, 5343, and 5344. Yep, you are all caught up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi,
Hi, Representative. Sorry if I kept you waiting.
I just wanted to make those votes.
Yes, all right, let me go through them with you. Okay. Some I know you were here for. Okay. So a couple things got put on a consent calendar. I'm gonna read those aloud to you now and then take your
Okay.
vote. First is
Okay.
Senate Bill 117. Then it is Senate Bill 283, LCO number 2909, yeah. House Bill 5144, House Bill 211, House Bill 5342, LCO number 3007, and House Bill 5343, LCO number 2908, House Bill 5344, LCO number 2814.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Alrighty. Okay. 19 you were here for, 120 you were here for, 121 you were here for, okay. Senate Bill 123.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Senate Bill 188.
Representative Baker votes yes.
283 was in the consent calendar. 284.
Representative Baker votes yes.
House Bill number 5140, LCO number 2906.
Representative Baker votes yes.
House Bill number 5142, LCO number 2985.
Representative Baker votes yes.
House Bill 5143.
Representative Baker votes yes.
House Bill 5146.
Representative Baker votes yes.
And alrighty, those are all the votes I needed. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You as well.